Chatham County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Tammy Stokes presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I gotta go through my little routine here when I get situated. I guess one thing that we can do is bring Miss Simon out. Good morning to everybody else in the courtroom today. All right, it appears that everybody is in place. We are on the record in the case of the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon, and this is SPCR 22-03364J6. The state is present at council table. Miss Leilani Marie Simon is present with her counsel at her table. Good morning to you all. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring in the jury? And I'll turn first to the state.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And to the defense.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors entering.
All right. Thank you, Williams. Please have a seat. And good morning. Welcome back. We're going to launch right in. Of course, I have to ask you the question. Has anybody read any news media, observed any news media, watched any TV shows, just talked with anyone about the case, allowed anyone to talk with you about the case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and with that then, we are going to begin. I'll turn to the state.
State calls Joe Matz.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning, my name is Joe Matz. I'm the division manager for Wastepro.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
It is M-A-T-Z.
What is Wastepro?
Wastepro is a solid waste hauling company. We pick up trash, basically.
And you said you're a division manager or the division manager?
The division manager.
Which division?
My division is located in South Carolina, but we oversee parts of Georgia.
Where do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Specifically Savannah and the surrounding areas.
And so where do you work on a day-to-day basis? Where's your office?
It's in Hardyville, South Carolina.
And you mentioned that you all service the Savannah area.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how that works. What is involved in being a solid waste hauling company, I think you said?
Yeah, so obviously we have trash trucks that go out into the community on a daily basis from a residential aspect, from a commercial aspect, and then from a construction aspect. So we collect garbage at different, for example, residential homes, commercial businesses, and then construction sites.
What kind of different trucks do you all run?
So we have rear loaders, which are residential trucks where men are on the back of the truck. We have trucks called ASLs, which they're automated side loaders, which the arm comes out and picks up the trash. Then we have commercial trucks that basically go behind 7-Elevens. They pick up the bin, dump the bin, put the bin back down and go away. And then we have trucks that service construction sites. They're long boxes that we pick up and take to the landfill.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the days following October 5th, 2022. At some point you were contacted by Randall Noble of the Chatham County Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Prior to being contacted by him, had you heard anything of the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
No, sir.
Okay, so Randall Noble was the first you heard about this.
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could identify which Wastepro truck had serviced the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza in Savannah on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to tell him that information?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
So every day the drivers are assigned route sheets. And so we go into our database, look up Azalea Mobile Home Park, for example. It will tell us what driver, what route he is on that day.
And did Detective Noble also ask you whether you could tell him where that truck had gone after servicing the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to tell him that?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to tell him that?
Our trucks are equipped with GPS system. So basically, any stop that they go to, we have what's called these little breadcrumbs from the GPS. So breadcrumb will, once we identify the truck, it will show us where the truck is at a specific time and then where it goes throughout the whole day.
Now, if you can do this from memory, I'll ask you. If not, we can just get right into the documents. Do you remember what truck it was that had serviced those dumpsters that morning?
Yes, sir.
What truck was it?
It was 3909.
And who was the driver of that truck?
The driver is Tawan Lee.
Chuan Lee?
Yes.
T-W-A-N?
Yes, sir.
What type of truck was it that serviced those dumpsters?
It's a commercial truck.
By which you mean, you described the various types earlier. What do you mean by that exactly?
So the commercial trucks, again, they're the ones that pick up the smaller containers. The truck will dump it. At that time, once the truck services the equipment, the container gets put back in place. The driver will then compact the load, smashing its contents, and then moving forward to the next stop, or in this particular case, the landfill.
When you were describing how this particular truck works, you sort of extended your arms out in front of you. Are you referring to the front loading type that slides arms into the slots on the side of a dumpster and then lifts it up and back?
That is correct.
Okay, and you mentioned a compactor in the truck. Can you describe that?
Yeah, so all trash trucks have compactors in them, whether the residential or commercial. The reason for the compaction is obviously that from a productivity standpoint, we want to pick up as many stops as we can. So the trucks are operated through hydraulics. And once the trash is in the body of the truck, the compactor is pushed, and then it pushes back and just condenses the load so that we're able to maximize the load.
Can you tell us anything about how powerful the compactor might have been in truck 3909? I understand you're a division manager, not an engineer, but I wonder if you know.
Well, the compaction ratio, quite honestly, I couldn't give you 120 pounds per square, foot or whatever per pressure, but it will smash everything in the unit, including wood, glass, whatever's in there will be smashed.
Okay. You've talked about being able to tell Detective Noble that it was truck 3909. It was driven by Twan Lee, and being able to tell him where that truck then went after servicing those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th at Azalea. I don't know whether I've asked for this. Where did that truck go after that?
It went to the landfill,
Which landfill would that be?
Superior Landfill.
Is that the one off Little Neck Road?
It is the one off Little Neck Road.
Okay. And what did it do there? Perhaps it's obvious, but I'll ask you.
Yeah, so when the trucks arrive at the landfill, they're scaled going in for the weight, and then as they go up to the landfill, they'll go up to the face of the landfill. They're directed to dump their load in a particular spot. Once that truck is emptied, it will go back down. It's weighed out. We receive a ticket for the time and also how many tons were on that particular load.
Okay. And they get that by, I guess, subtracting the known weight of the truck from the weight of the truck and it entered with all the trash or something?
Correct.
Were you able to provide Detective Noble with any documentation of these things that you've been talking about, the route sheet and the GPS printout and so forth?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 65?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
So this is his daily route sheet that he fills out prior to the start of the day and then at the end of the day.
Now, are these records that are created in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are they maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's why you were able to produce it for Detective Noble.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 65.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 65 is admitted without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 66?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
So that's our GPS tracking system with the breadcrumbs on it.
Is that also a document that's created and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 66 is admitted.
And may I publish these exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Can you see the screen all right from where you're at?
Pretty much.
There's one,
Oh.
I don't know whether
I-
that one's better for you.
I can see that.
Do you mind, if you prefer to stay seated, let me know, but would you mind just stepping down and kind of walking us through these different entries on here and what they mean?
Sure. So, again, this just says that this is Route 405, indicating that that's Taiwan Lee's Wednesday route. Worker is Taiwan Lee here, role as the driver. Punch-in time is 1:33 a.m. in the morning. We start really early. Also note what time he left the yard is 1:45.
Is WP yard there, what does WPYD mean?
Wastepro yard.
All right, yeah, just like where the trucks sit when they're not being
At
used?
the facility, yes.
Okay.
And then this is what time he arrives back at the facility, and then this is his punch-out time.
Okay. Let me move down and see what the next thing we want to talk about is, okay? In this box here, these first two entries here where it says destination sup, does that refer to Superior Landfill?
It does.
Can you walk us through these two lines here?
Yeah, so again, it just pretty much tells what vehicle it is for the day, tells you what kind of truck it is. The destination, obviously, Superior Landfill. If we were to go to any other landfill, it would be marked as such. The date, obviously, the material is commercial, not residential like I spoke before. These are just the weights of the truck, the tonnage that was on the truck, and then these are arrival times to the fill.
So how many times did this truck go to Superior Landfill that day?
So he went twice.
And what were the two times for those stops?
So the 6:25 in the morning, he left at 6:35, and then here at Superior at 10:12, and then 10:32.
Can we take from that simply that part of the way through his list of stops, the truck was full and needed to be emptied or something along those lines?
Right, correct. So he starts early in the morning, so
Okay.
by the time the landfill is open, he's full. So that explains the first one. The second one is we don't want to start off the following day with a loaded truck. So he may not go back with as many tons, and exactly in this particular case, he only had 4.37 tons on, but the truck needed to be emptied that day.
I see. Now, starting on top of page 2 here, is this just the list of places that he was servicing that day?
That is correct.
And are these in order from, first to last?
Yes.
I'd like to scroll down to the last entry. What does the last entry reflect on this route sheet?
That's the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
In the, this column quantity there, what does that refer to?
That refers to the number of containers that are at a stop.
All right, so what does that 5 mean there
That means that there were 5 separate individual containers.
then? And that he serviced them all?
Yes.
Now, moving to States Exhibit 66, it's maybe a little hard to make out, at least it is for me from here, but can you just walk us through what this is?
Again, these are just basically the GPS system tracking the truck. So you can see where he's at his last stop, and then the breadcrumbs will just follow down to the landfill, and it tracks it over to the landfill.
Okay, so he's at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at about 9:45 or so, and then is it the landfill sometime shortly thereafter?
Correct.
And at that point, if Quinton Simon was in those dumpsters,
Actually, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'll just withdraw, Your
Okay, thank you.
Honor. One moment, please. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Is there any cross-examination?
There is, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Matz, how are you this morning, sir?
Doing well, sir.
I'm going to ask you, do you still have a copy of State's Exhibit 65 in front of you? If you don't, I can provide you a copy.
I do, sir.
I was curious, there's a handwritten note on the top of that says 10-5, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And down in the body, next to the destination, but before the material, in the middle of the page, it says July 6th, 2022. Well, what's the discrepancy here?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know what the 10-5 would be. I just know what the 10-6 would be.
All right. And, okay, can I approach for a second?
Sure.
Sure.
Can you show me the 10-6 that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
On the second page,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right. So which 10-6 are you referring to? I see a 7-6, but I don't see a 10-6 here.
It must have been a misprint.
All right. Is it safe to say that these are accurate records for July 6th of 2022, based on everything except for the handwritten note at the top?
No, what this could have been is when typically they put this into the system. So the Wednesday generation would be 7/6, but the actual date that they're operating off of, because the route sheets don't change, so when you put them in, they pretty much stay in the system. So this would tell me that this was entered in on 7/6, but not the route sheet for 7/6.
Well, yeah, but you've just testified that this was the route on 10-5, and that's not what your business records say. There's a serious discrepancy, don't you think?
Well, I think there's a discrepancy in basically the date that these were put into the system, but not the route sheet. This route sheet is particular for that day.
Okay, but not based upon the writing that's on your own records, then, correct?
That would appear so.
So let's go ahead and talk about the actual collection, the route itself, okay? So the route that this particular driver takes, how long has Mr. Lee been working for you at this point in time?
Mr. Lee had been working with us since about March or April of 4/22.
Okay, so March or April of 2022?
Yes.
So about 6 months. Is
Yes,
that a
sir.
fair estimate?
Yes, sir.
And let's just run through State's Exhibit. The route starts at GSU, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 11 pickups on the Georgia Southern campus, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there can be, it looks to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, it looks to me like they're all single dumpsters with just one double dumpster pickup, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's on the south side of Savannah, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it looks like the next pickup is on Ogeechee Road. Is that correct?
What page are you on?
I'm on the, here, I'm on the page, top of page 3.
Right.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah. So, and just out of curiosity, I mean, are these going in order, or is there a set route that would minimize use of gas?
Typically, they're in order, but the driver, depending on what's happening for the day, if there is an accident or some form of obstruction, he may have to veer off, pick up something different, but come right back to the route.
So at least, based upon this, starts on the south side at Georgia Southern, goes over to Ogeechee Road. The next one, it looks like it's a, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Herstand Hall, which probably is a SCAD pickup, if I'm not mistaken, downtown, right, on Martin Luther King?
It doesn't indicate whether it's SCAD or not, but I'm assuming that's SCAD, yes, sir.
I mean, I don't know either. I'm making that assumption just based on what it looks, but it's like there's 3 pickups there. Then it's Dollar General, Shop and Go, G&H, downtown, York Street, Petter Hall, I'm sorry, an apartment building, SCAD, Shop and Go, Atwell's, downtown, Checkers, a bank. Then it goes out Abercorn. And I assume all of this is happening during the course of the night, correct?
Correct.
So it's a number of stops, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a commercial truck. So, and again, my understanding is it has 2 of those big things that come out the front. Forks, comes out, goes in, picks up, dumps it in the back, and then sets it down, pulls out, and goes to the next one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's the right equipment. So there were a number of stops. How many stops are in a normal route?
It varies from day to day. On this particular day, he had a total of 56 stops.
Okay. And it's 72 total containers
Yes, sir.
and over 500 total yards of trash, correct?
Correct.
And was this encompassing both sets of routes or just his one early route?
Both routes. I mean, both sets of, during the loads, if you're speaking load-wise, it encompasses both loads.
Okay. And let's talk about the GPS route in State's Exhibit 66. This is not the entire route. This is not the entire GPS history for the truck for this particular day, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. This is just it looks like a portion of it. And I can't make it out, but I'm going to assume it looks like it's just a portion going down a Geechee Road, then out a Geechee Road, then over to, it looks like the landfill, if I'm not mistaken. Does that seem like a good summation?
That is correct.
Okay. And it doesn't have any of these other routes that I just discussed.
No, sir.
Okay. But you're saying that this does, right?
Yeah, I mean, he would follow this route.
So there were how many stops on a Geechee Road that you're aware of, or near a Geechee Road?
I'm not aware, I mean, I would have to look at his document and study it. I'm not familiar with every stop that every driver services.
And I assume that every place on a Geechee Road doesn't necessarily use y'all, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. There are other waste companies that service those areas, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And with regard to the dump, I assume you're not the only company that uses the dump either, are you?
No, sir.
Okay. I assume that, and I'll ask, how many dumps are there in Savannah for commercial waste?
The only one that we use is Superior, so I'm not sure in Savannah if there's any other landfills that some private companies operate.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, are there any other landfills?
In Savannah?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. So is it safe to say that pretty much all the commercial trash collected by all the different companies go to the same landfill and get deposited in the same place, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions, see if we can clarify this date thing, okay? In this block here, where we have notations about when this truck went to the landfill that day. The date typed in here as July 6, 2022, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said something on cross-examination about how that would have been the day that this route sheet was created, but then the route sheets don't change. Can you explain what you mean by that, just to make it as clear as we possibly can?
Yes, so we typically, and when I'm looking at this, what this probably tells me is that there was a reroute that took place. And so whoever was inputting that route, the total in totality on that route, put that into the system that day. But it will spit out every Wednesday the same route sheet that obviously is here.
And then the driver uses that existing route sheet, making notations with like a pen on it on future days, right?
Correct.
And this is the version that Twan Lee used on October 5th.
Correct.
Okay. Let me just draw your attention to one thing in particular. In other words, well, let me ask you this. How many blanks does this route sheet have for stops at the landfill? I mean, not how many notations are made, how many blanks are there?
For this particular
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Well, typically the drivers only pick up 2 loads. Very rarely that they would pick up 3, but there would be obviously room for 1 more if he took a load to the landfill.
Okay. And in terms of when this route sheet says that he got to the landfill for the second time, what does it say there on October 5th?
It says that he got there at 10:12.
Now, going to State 66, if we compare that to the GPS printout from October 5th, what does that say?
It says 10:12.
All right, so those are in alignment, right?
Yes.
And this is the route sheet that was used on October 5th of 2022.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I wonder if you follow that, Judge.
I was just curious, Mr. Matz, since Mr. Dean was talking about what's in alignment and what's not. On State's Exhibit 65, oh, sorry, thought I had it turned on. On State's Exhibit 65, I was wondering, there are a lot of hand-marked things on it, but you said that you believe that the 7/6 date was input because there was some change to the route. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what that change was?
Well, what I'm assuming is that, so
No, I mean, what I'm asking is if you particularly know. Do you know if there was a change or not, or are you just speculating?
I would be speculating.
And it's the same thing here, that whenever you're relying on these records from your computer at your office, okay, I'm going to assume you weren't riding with Mr. Lee that day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So all you can do is rely on these records, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if there's any discrepancy or any issue or anything that's not correct in them, then you would be relying on faulty information, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Anything further from this witness?
Tell me what you know, why do route sheets get changed? I mean, Mr. Hilliard got you to say that you would be speculating, but how long have you been in solid waste removal?
Since 19 BC. 1976.
Why does a route sheet get changed?
Typically, a route sheet may change. The route sheet doesn't change. What changes would be what we have an exception list. So, for example, if a stop would come on or come off, it would just be notated in the front of the route sheet.
Okay. In any case, this route sheet is the one that was printed out and used by hand on October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
Donnard Johnson.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Step this way, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Donnard Johnson, and with Waste Management. I've been there over 23 years in the business.
And is waste management different from Wastepro?
That's correct. We're considered WM.
What does WM do?
Before you go further, Mr. Johnson, will you spell your first name and last name?
It's Donnard, D-O-N-N-A-R-D, and last name Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
All right, thank you.
It's Donnard, not Donnard.
Donnard.
I need to apologize to you for mispronouncing your name for the past 2 years. Okay. What is your position at WM?
I'm the senior district manager for the coastal sites.
And what are your duties in that position?
I run the overall operation, environmental safety, compliance, and also the P&L.
Does that include oversight of landfill operations?
That's correct.
Does WM operate landfills?
Yes, sir.
How many landfills do you oversee in one capacity or another?
3.
And what are they?
One in Savannah, that's a Superior landfill, and 2 in Ridgeland, South Carolina.
All right. You mentioned that you've been you said you've been with waste management for a long, long time, or did you mean in the waste management field generally?
So I worked for waste management in the early 2000s, and I departed 3 years and then went back to work for them.
Can you describe the positions you've held and how you've worked your way up in this industry over the years?
I started out as a heavy equipment operator. Then I worked my way up the rank as a site supervisor, operation manager, and district manager, and then a senior district manager.
And that's the position that you're in today, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in the operation of the Waste Management Superior landfill in Chatham County in November of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember meeting with me in my office maybe a month or 2 ago?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you for just kind of the basics of how landfills work?
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't really know anything about landfills. And do you remember referring me to a YouTube video produced by the company you work for, Waste Management?
Yes, sir.
You told me this is like 2 minutes and it'll kind of get you up to speed on landfills generally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that because you didn't want to take an hour to walk me through it, or what?
Well, well, just you know, everybody so you could really understand what a landfill consists of versus what they call a dump.
What's the difference between a landfill and a dump?
Well, a landfill is just highly engineered operation, and a dump is where you know, pull the waste off somewhere or in a hole.
Okay. Do you think if the jury were to watch that video, it would help them in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sure.
Do you see in front of you a disc labeled as State's Exhibit 68?
Yes.
I'd like to open that up and just show you the first frame or two and see if you can tell us what that is. And I'm going to do this on the screen here.
Finding a suitable site for a landfill can be...
All right, I'm pausing it just 4 seconds in. Is this the video that you referred me to?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this disc as State's Exhibit 68 and ask to publish it to the jury now.
I don't have objection, Judge.
Finding a suitable site for a landfill can be complex. Landfill operators will work with regulators to be sure the new facility is located in the right place. Some places, like properties near wetlands, will be carefully evaluated for any environmental concerns. Impacts on nearby traffic will be analyzed. The site will also be evaluated to understand the land, groundwater, and surface water in the vicinity. Community feedback is important to consider, and meeting environmental and land use standards are a must. Once the site is approved by the regulator, the first step is to follow permit plans for sound construction. The second step is to secure the base of the landfill to provide a stable base for the liner. A two-phase composite liner is installed on the base and sides of the landfill. Leachate, a natural occurrence when waste is in contact with water, is collected through a system of drains, pumps, pipes, and hoses that move leachate away from the landfill. The leachate collection system will act as an effective biological filter by removing excess moisture from the bottom of the landfill. A groundwater monitoring system is installed to ensure the landfill does not impact groundwater at the site. The monitoring system acts as an alert in case additional measures may be needed to protect neighboring properties. Groundwater quality is protected at all times. Access to the site is carefully controlled for safety, and waste is screened by appropriateness as required. The landfill is ready to receive waste that has not been recycled. Equipment compacts the waste each day before daily cover, soil or tarps, is placed to avoid potential littering and odor. Gas wells are installed to capture methane generated by the waste. Once full, the landfill is covered with a cover system approved by the regulator. Groundwater continues to be monitored, and methane gas is collected and destroyed or turned into energy or fuel. When the landfill stops accepting waste, regulators will approve its closure and will monitor its safety for 30 years or as required by the regulators. Then, controls will be put in place to keep the property secure for the future. The property surrounding the closed landfill can be used for commercial or industrial use. But commonly, the property is used for green space, suitable for recreation or habitat conservation. We strongly support wildlife habitat conservation at our landfills through our partnership with the Wildlife Habitat Council.
Now, with that little bit of background, let me ask you this. What happens when a solid waste removal truck, a garbage truck, shows up at the landfill with a load, and it's going to deposit that load at the landfill? Can you just walk us through it step by step? From the moment that truck turns in to, and we'll go specifically with Waste Management Superior Landfill in Chatham County. What happens?
So the truck enter the landfill through the main gate, proceed to the scales, which we call the gatehouse. The truck will get weighed in. Their weight will captured, and from there they proceed to the tipping floor, and that's the area they eject the waste, and it gets processed.
What happens? Let's go back to the scale. Truck comes in, goes to the scale to get weighed, right? And you're looking for the weight, the combined weight of the truck itself and the garbage on it, right?
That's correct.
Is there ever a circumstance where the truck just gets to bypass the scale initially?
No.
Okay. And then you said it goes to I think the tipping field, is that right?
Tipping floor.
Tipping floor. What is the tipping floor in some more detail?
That's where the truck goes to eject the load, and it gets processed.
And how does a truck eject the load? Does it depend on the type of truck or what?
Depend on the type of truck. Front end loader, they have a blade in the back where they push it out from the back, and same with a residential truck. A rolled off trucks, the bed will raise and the doors open and eject the load.
And you said at that point the trash gets processed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Before we get into what that means, let me ask you, what happens with the truck from that point? Where does the truck go?
Once the truck ejects its load, it pulls back up out of the way and head back to the front gate.
And what happens at the front gate?
Certain trucks, their weight is stored in the system, so they don't have to weigh back out. They'll just exit the landfill.
What if the truck's weight is not stored in the system?
Then the truck will have to go back to the outbound scale and get weighed out.
And how do you calculate? Well, are trucks or solid waste removal companies charged like by the load?
By the ton, it gets calculated by the computer.
And how does the computer calculate it?
Weigh the in weight and the empty weight.
Okay, so weight of the truck with the trash minus weight of the empty truck gives you the total tonnage.
That's correct.
And you charge based off that.
That's correct.
Okay, so the truck's gone at this point, right? At the point that we're at.
That's correct.
Okay, let's go back to the trash at the tipping field and what it means for that trash to get processed. Can you tell us about that? What happens to the trash from there?
So we have a series of bulldozers that pushes the waste to the compactor, and the compactor has cleat wheels, and that spread the waste and pulverize the waste.
Is the place that the trash is pushed by the bulldozers, does it have any particular name that you refer to?
Landfill cell.
Okay. Tell me about landfill cells.
It's a general area that we put the waste in layers.
And do you use the same cell all the time or no?
Until it's up to the approved height.
And then what happens at that point?
Then it's closed out.
What is that? What does it mean to close out a cell?
Well, no more waste can be deposited in that area because it's at the approved elevation.
What do you do to close it out?
We apply dirt, 2 feet of dirt over that area and vegetate it.
What does it mean to vegetate it? You use
plant
a lot
grass.
of technical terms. I'm going to keep hitting you with what does it mean?
Plant grass.
Okay, at that point you're done with that cell?
Done with that area, that's correct.
About how big is a typical landfill cell? And maybe it varies too.
It varies.
To answer that, but
It could be 10 acres, 12 acres, or 13 acres.
Okay. Now, how long will you use a particular cell for?
It also varies on the tonnage that comes in. More tonnage, then that cell generally gets filled quicker. Less tonnage, it opens a little bit longer. So around 3 years, the most.
Okay. And is the landfill big enough that you've allowed for multiple cells and you can kind of
Yes.
move around it and
Yes,
use the place over the course of years?
that's correct.
Okay. You mentioned the bulldozer pushing the trash into the landfill cell and then it being compacted by, I think you said a compactor with cleated wheels.
Yes. So we use Caterpillar 836 compactors.
What is the importance of compaction in a landfill? Why bother? Why not just,
Density, fit more in a small space. We sell airspace, so we have to compact and get good density so we could fit more in that area.
did you say something about there being regulations about how high you can
That's
have
correct.
trash in a cell? Okay. So is it fair to say that the tighter you can get that stuff compacted, the longer you can use that cell under the governing regulations?
That's correct.
These compactors that you described, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 69?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a waste compactor.
Is it the type that you were describing?
That's correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that machine?
Yes.
And does it accurately capture the weight of that machine?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 69.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, so this is the first page from the brochure for this machine, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and you said it's called a CAT 836.
Compactor.
All right, in this image, what is this CAT 836 doing?
Spreading and compacting the waste.
Is this, kind of a look at what that process looked like that you were describing?
Yes, sir.
All right. How much do these things weigh per this brochure?
Some all depends on the wheel. 123,000 pounds or more.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you how many tons that is, because that would require you to do math on the spot. But fair to say they're heavy?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that's kind of the point?
That's the point.
You mentioned the rollers, the studded, or I think you said cleated rollers. Is that what you said?
Cleated wheels.
Do we see those in this image?
Yes, sir. Those spikes on the wheels.
Now, what are these wheels made out of?
Steel.
These are not rubber tires?
No, sir.
Okay. And what does that do to the trash?
It cuts up the trash, breaks it down.
And that's kind of what you're going for, right?
Right.
We heard something in that video about daily cover.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about daily cover? What does that mean?
So daily cover is soil that we have to apply to the waste after our shift is completed.
At the end of the day?
At the end of the day.
Why do you do this?
Because we're regulated to do that, because it helps with odor and wind-blown debris.
How much, describe the process of applying the daily cover. What does this look like?
So we have a series of ADT trucks that haul the dirt, all the cover soil to the area, and the dozers spread the soil 6 to 8 inches thick
And this happens every day,
every day.
and you have to do it under law, right?
Yes, sir, regulated by the state.
And when, is this being done, I guess, in the active cell that you're using at that time?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the course of doing this daily cover and spreading this 6 to 8 inches of dirt over the cell, is it fair to say that all the trash in that cell is being compacted once again?
That's correct.
What happens with the daily cover the next morning when y'all reopen?
We remove that daily cover.
And does that also require these compactors with the blade on the front to,
The dozer will remove the daily cover.
is that something different from the compactor?
That's correct.
Okay. Are those also pretty heavy?
Yes, between 50 or 60,000 pounds.
Okay. Now, in October of 2022, I think sometime around maybe the 7th or the 8th, did Detective Noble come out to the landfill and make contact with you?
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could tell him anything about Wastepro truck 3909 and where it would have deposited its garbage, its trash on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you able to provide him some records about Wastepro truck 3909 on that day?
Yes.
And were you able to tell him the general area that the garbage from that truck would have been deposited in the landfill on that day?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a 2-page document marked as State's Exhibit 67?
Yes.
Do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
So one is the scale ticket that we issue the driver once he come in and weigh in. And the other location is where we place the waste.
May I approach for them? Right now, I'm just asking you about the 2 pages in 67. Okay. What are the 2 pages in State's Exhibit 67?
These are the scale tickets.
Okay. How many are there?
2.
And are those scale tickets for Wastepro truck 3909 from
That's
October
correct.
5th, 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. So how many times did that truck come to Waste Management Superior Landfill that day?
2 times.
Are those documents created in the ordinary course of business at Waste Management?
Yes.
And are they stored and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And you were able to produce those for Detective Noble when he asked?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce these as State's Exhibit 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you see this on the screen here? There's one right next to you.
Yes.
Can you walk us through the contents of this document and what it shows, just kind of starting from the top?
So it shows the company logo and the site name and address, and also shows the customer and the date, the account, and the vehicle number, and it also shows the time that the truck entered the scales.
And what time would that be?
6:24.
All right, so that's when it comes in, right, and gets
That's-
weighed?
That's when it comes in.
And what does that operator refer to? Is that the truck operator or the scale
No,
operator?
that's the scale operator.
All right, someone named R. Bradley, I suppose?
That's correct.
Okay. What else are we seeing on here?
And the gross weight of the truck, the tear weight, and the net and the tonnage that the truck has on it.
All right, so would the gross weight there at the top be
Yep.
the truck and the trash?
That's correct.
And the tear weight is the
Empty weight.
empty truck? And the net then is the total
Ton-
tonnage
tons.
of the trash? Okay. This is from that truck's early morning, 6:25 drop-off, right?
That's correct.
Now, I see that the in and out times on there say the exact same thing, 6:25:47. Why is that?
That's because the weight is stored in the system, so we were able to print a ticket.
So this is one of those trucks where you had the weight stored that didn't have to stop at the scale empty on the way out?
That's correct.
So it all just kind of happens in one go when it first comes in?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what does the driver's signature there say? If you can read it.
It's hard to make out.
Moving down to the second page, we could skip all the stuff at the top. Let me just ask you, this is also for 3909 up here?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the time that this particular load came in on this truck and was weighed
10:12 a.m.
on October 5th, right?
That's correct.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 75?
That's correct.
Have you looked through that document, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is, if you recognize it?
That's the overall landfill footprint.
Okay. Do these images fairly and accurately depict Waste Management Superior Landfill in Chatham County?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 75.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, in this first image, what is this major road running along the right side from bottom to top?
That looks like 95.
Okay. And then what is this road?
That's Little Neck Road.
All right, so Little Neck Road is the smaller road going over 95 there?
Yes, sir.
Can you, is this entire area here on the left side of the screen, is that Waste Management Superior Landfill?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to slide 2. Do you mind stepping down and walking us through the different areas we're seeing here from right to left, from the entrance, moving over to the left?
This is the entrance. This is the shop area where we take care of our heavy equipment. This area right here is the gatehouse, the scale house is what we call it. And once the truck gets weighed in, it goes up to the working face area. Here's is our waste to energy plant we have on site. And this area here is our tipping floor area.
Okay, now, that tipping floor area, is that the tipping floor area that was being used on October 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
It is? Okay. When Detective Noble, when he came out there and asked you if you could identify where that truck would have tipped its load and where that load would have then been shoved to, you said you were able to do that, right?
Yes.
Did he ask you to do anything for him at that point?
He asked us to stop place.
Would you like to rephrase your question?
No, Your Honor. He's going to relay a question that Detective Neville asked him. A question cannot be a statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I mean, a question just can't be hearsay.
Given that, over.
Did Detective Noble ask you to do anything?
Stop placing waste in that area.
Okay. And was he referring to the tipping area or that particular landfill cell that trash was being used for, or what?
The landfill cell.
Okay. And did you do that?
That's correct.
Did that have any impact on y'all's operations?
Yes, it did.
What did y'all have to do at that point?
We had to hire a subcontractor to move our tipping for location, and that was a cost to the company.
Did you have to open up a new landfill cell at that point?
We had an area that still needed some waste, and we're able to relocate to that area. Yeah.
Okay. From that point forward, did you cease depositing trash in the area that you had identified to him?
That's correct.
Can you, on this third slide here, we've zoomed in a little bit. Can you just generally indicate to us where the tipping floor would have been on October 5th, 2022, and where the cell would have been that things are being
So
pushed
the
to?
tipping floor would have been in this general area,
And that's a dark area
Yeah.
towards the bottom middle.
and the area we were placing waste was on the outside slope.
Okay. Can you tell us on this image like the route that the truck would have taken? And I guess let me ask you this. Is the truck going on this very obvious road along the top, or is it
would
going
come
somewhere
up-
else?
It would come up through the top.
Okay, so it's coming up the road
Yeah.
on the bottom right,
Yep.
tipping in this brownish area, and then this trash is getting shoved to this cell over here, right?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned, I think you mentioned something about a slope or a hill.
Well, it's on the outer slope of the landfill.
This being a two-dimensional image, we can't really see a slope.
No.
What we're looking at here, but can you describe to us where, like, what the slope is, what direction it goes?
Well, it's on the outer side, and we're designed to build 3-to-1 slope, so not a steep incline. So you could walk and put tractors on it to mow safely.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that there's, from the center of the image, there's sort of a slope down to this perimeter?
That's
road?
correct.
Okay. Were you involved, to one degree or another, in providing personnel and equipment for the search once law enforcement began the search?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the personnel and equipment that you all provided?
We provided 2 heavy equipment operator and equipment, and also my operation manager and equipment.
And what were they out there doing?
They were removing the waste and loading it, and moving the waste down on the area that they spread it out and search.
And about how long did your people participate in this effort for doing that?
Maybe around 7 days or so.
Okay. Did you all have to do this, provide personnel and equipment?
No.
Why did you do it?
Just because of the significance of, what happened.
All told, do you have any idea how much money this costs Waste Management to have
Objection,
to,
Your Honor, relevance.
I'll allow it.
shift operations, and then divert personnel and equipment to this effort?
Once we shift operation, it costs us between $70,000 or $80,000 to move the operation.
Were you present at Waste Management Superior Landfill the day that the searchers found Quinton?
That's correct. I was in my office.
What do you remember about that day?
My operator called me and said,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sir, we just don't want you to repeat anything that someone else told you, because that would be hearsay.
At some point, did you get a call that caused you to go out there?
yes,
And were you relieved to hear that the search had been successful?
yes.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ewing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, how are you?
I'm doing great, sir.
My name is Martin Hilliard. Hope you're having a good day. I just got some follow-up questions for you. Your exact title at Waste Management is what again?
Senior District Manager.
So, what's the district you're a manager of?
Coastal,
And which goes from where to where?
South Carolina and Georgia.
Okay. And is there 3 landfills in those
Yes.
areas?
2 in South Carolina and 1 in Georgia.
So those are what you manage? Those
Yes, sir.
3, correct, for the company? All right. And just out of curiosity, are there any other landfills in the Savannah area?
They're Republic Landfill.
Okay, and where's that located at?
I believe that's close by the airport.
Okay. And that's the only other competitor you have in the area?
That's correct.
And approximately, and we're talking about the Little Neck Road landfill that y'all have, correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many trucks come in and go out of there every day?
Some days could be 400 or 500 trucks per day.
Okay. And are there many, how many different commercial waste companies dump there?
A lot.
Okay. And when I say commercial waste companies, that's what I mean is people who are engaged in picking and removing waste. Can be for both businesses and private, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have both private businesses, private, I guess, residential waste removal companies that dump there?
Yes.
Do you have both, I guess, commercial, which would be like businesses?
Yes.
Okay, so you have basically both, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that most of them have similar equipment?
Meaning?
A waste removal truck of some sort?
Some comes in a waste removal truck and some is your everyday pickup trucks with a dump trailer.
All right. So you do both, I guess, private?
Yes.
Private dumping as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume you charge for that as well?
That's correct.
So it's not just the big companies that come in and do it. Private
That's correct.
citizens come in and do it too.
Yes.
And anyone can come in and dump in that facility.
Yes, sir.
And it has both, I guess, residential garbage as well as commercial garbage, correct?
That's correct.
And anytime I'm not stating the accurate, being inaccurate about your business, please correct me, okay? Now, let's talk about, I guess it's the, what was it you called the area you're dumping in or dumping waste in?
It's a landfill cell.
A landfill cell, okay? How many landfill cells do you have operating at one time in the dump?
Just one.
Okay, so with regard to that landfill cell that's operating, any and all trucks that come in there dump in that landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what's the furthest away, if you know, what's the furthest away you have trucks coming in?
Just around the surrounding area.
Okay, so let's say as far away as surrounding counties maybe?
That's correct.
Okay, and again, you're not like, you're a private company engaged in the landfill business. So you don't turn people away just because they're from out of county, do you?
We just don't take out-of-state waste.
Right, so it's whatever waste you got's coming from Georgia, right?
Coming from Georgia, that's
Okay.
correct.
So you're using one landfill cell area at a time, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume, from what I have heard you testify to, you use this landfill cell area, and you said it's 10 to 12 to 13 acres big,
That's correct.
all right? And everything that comes in gets dumped there.
That's correct.
And how long do you use that landfill cell for usually?
It all depends on the volume of the waste coming in, how much waste is coming in, then it will fill up quicker. If the volume decreases, it will stay, that general area will stay a little bit longer.
In general, how long does it take you to move from one landfill cell to the next?
2 to 3 years.
Okay, so in this particular case, the landfill cell you were using, how long have y'all been using that one?
We've been using that area, a little bit over 2 years.
Okay, so at that point in time, it was about a 2-year landfill cell, and you were having 400 to 500 trucks a day from the surrounding area dump in that landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any other area you were dumping in the landfill at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and the only other competitor you have in town is Republic near the airport, correct?
That's correct.
And if you don't know, you don't know. Does any private sanitation companies dump there?
Yes.
Okay. Which companies dump there?
So you have Wastepro, Atlantic Waste, Pro Disposal. So we got quite a bit.
Okay. And when I say, did they dump residential waste as well as commercial waste?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and what's the difference between residential waste versus commercial waste?
Well, one's household garbage, and the other one is construction demolition debris.
Okay. So some of these companies are paid or engaged or contracted to go collect people's household waste, the garbage cans you see along the road, right?
Correct.
Okay. And and you said you know of at least 3 companies that do that and that dump in there, correct?
Yeah, and a lot more.
Okay. We'll just stick with what you know. Let's not speculate, okay? So you know of at least 3 companies. There probably are more, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said it was October 8th was when all waste in this particular landfill cell was stopped, correct?
October 7th.
October 7th?
That's correct.
So all of the waste that came in to your facility for the 5th, 6th, and 7th, until it was stopped from Savannah and surrounding areas, was dumped in this landfill cell, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Can you redirect?
When you were indicating to Detective Noble the area that truck 3909 would have deposited its load, or I guess where that load would have ultimately ended up after being moved from the tipping field. Marian,
Tipping floor.
tipping floor on October 5th. Were you indicating towards just like the entirety of the 10 to 12 acre
No.
landfill cell, or
No.
to a more precise area within it?
Yeah, it's just a more precise area.
About how big was that area that you were pointing out to him, if you could estimate?
Normally, we work in a 50 by 50 area.
Okay. And was Quinton ultimately found in that area?
That's correct.
Just to follow up, you're talking about the tipping floor. So again, the tipping floor, the big piece of equipment that we saw. When you're using a landfill cell and you have the tipping floor, I assume that compactor runs back and forth over trash compacting it, correct?
That's correct.
And it picks it up and moves it, correct?
Well, the dozers, well, everybody knows that bulldozers will take the waste to the compactor, and then the compactor spreads the waste and compact it.
Okay. So when you say the bulldozer, everyone knows this. Let's just assume I don't know anything about landfills. I don't know anything about how it works, okay? So, but what we're saying is all the waste that gets dumped is compacted, dozed, moved, pushed, compacted. How many times does this happen?
Once the waste is pushed in that general area, it don't get moved, it just get compacted.
Okay. And so when the waste gets dumped, it gets dozed, moved, pushed, compacted, and then that's, I guess you start doing what you call the daily
Cover.
cover, okay? And every day you have to cover it, and every day you have to uncover it.
That's correct.
And once you uncover it, do you dump more and do that again?
That's correct.
All right, so you compact it, dose it, move it, cover it, uncover it. The next day, dump more, compact it, dose it, move it, cover it. Next day, uncover it, do the same thing again, and then stop, correct?
That's correct. Once we reach our general height.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean?
No question.
Thank you. And may this witness be released.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused. And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, it's been about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. I think it's a good time for a short break. We're going to break for 15 minutes. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research, and we will see you back in 15.
Jury
Okay, so we're back on the record in SBCR 22-03364J6. Council are both present at their respective tables. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel. Ms. Parker, I've had an opportunity to review the motion for immunity, and I am signing the order granting use and derivative immunity. I'm going to hand it down to the clerk, both documents down to the clerk, so they may be filed in. And of course, that is regarding the witness, Weston, Craig Weston.
Can I get a copy of that for Mr. Bryant once it's signed and filed?
Yes. All right. So, before we bring the jury out, let's talk about how we're going to proceed at this point. The state has made a motion to not broadcast or have recorded certain testimony. Mr. Dean, if you'll state the state's position on that.
So we're objecting to any recording, audio or video, and broadcasting of the testimony of Craig Weston and of Tim Weston, should he testify. We're objecting under OCGA 15.1.10.1, which sets forth the multifactorial test for granting or denying media requests. In particular, we are relying on the first two factors, the nature of the particular proceeding at issue, that proceeding being just his or their testimony, and the second factor, the consent or objection of the parties or witnesses. He has objected to us, and so we're relaying that to the court. Also, the sixth factor, the impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of the judicial proceeding. We think that, given his concerns about recording and broadcasting, we think that the truth-seeking function of this criminal trial will be furthered by not doing that in the case of him and Tim Weston, should he testify.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, since we're just dealing with flat statements without any evidence to support them, my objection is the exact opposite of that. With the only two exceptions in the trial so far, one having to do with a minor child, which I think everyone agreed on, and the other one having to do with an agent who may or may not have testified that we didn't want to have their identity revealed for reasons, okay, that are enumerated, and again, not a great objection to. We don't have that here, okay? Mr. Weston is a civilian. He's not a minor. He's not under indictment. He's been granted use immunity. I'm sorry if the things that he's testifying about may be personally embarrassing to him, but I didn't call him as a witness, and the rules we've been playing under have been the same for everyone. I don't see, Mr. Dean baldly states, well, due process can be served by this. Well, I can baldly state that due process would not be served by it, and we're right back at the beginning of the analysis. So everyone in here has objected to the media coverage thus far, every opportunity we've been given. So I'm not saying this because I'm any great fan of having cameras in the courtroom, because I'm not. Okay? I am saying this, though, that the rules that we've been playing by, every witness has had to come in here and testify so far, with only those two exceptions, have had to testify in front of the cameras. So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it, but other than that, he has use immunity. So any potential legal ramifications are out the window at this point. So I think that that use immunity promotes due process and fairness more than anything. Other than that, we're just talking about his own personal embarrassment, and that's not one of the factors, Judge. So we object.
Mr. Dean, looking at considerations 1, 2, and 6, Is there anything particularly about the nature of the particular proceeding at issue? What can you tell the court more about that in your objection?
This witness is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. It's one thing he is a private citizen. He is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. He's testifying under compulsion and under a grant of immunity, and might also be asked about, perhaps about criminal activity for which he will never be tried, and will therefore never be vetted in a court. And this is the same reason that the federal government doesn't name unindicted co-conspirators in indictments, because unindicted co-conspirators are never going to get a trial and an opportunity to flesh out the truth or falsity of the allegations against them. There's sort of a parallel thing going on here with him. And as to, so I think that's enough factually to state that, and that goes to the nature of the proceedings. As to the objection issue, I mean, I'm just proffering and stating in my place as an officer of the court that he objects, and he objects strongly. He can,
And you've cleared up a question I had in my mind, so.
may I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
You sure you want
If not, that's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'll sit down.
What do you want to say, Mr. Dean?
I was just going to say that this idea that the court's decisions about recording or broadcasting the trial at large and the testimony of other witnesses, and that there ought to be some, there's like a principle of consistency that ought to control here, just seems to me to be totally at odds with the multifactorial, fact-specific, witness-specific tests set forth in the code.
Are you saying that's what the court has been doing?
No. That's what I took Mr. Hilliard to be urging the court to do, is to apply a uniform rule for all witnesses and all the subject matter in the trial. And I just don't think that's what the code section calls for.
Mr. Dean,
Yes.
I know you're about to go on, and
If
you
you
don't
let me.
you don't need to.
All
You
right.
will,
All right.
you will, and I don't need you to.
I do have something to say about that. Yeah. You asked about the nature of the proceeding, so this is kind of a different thing, and he gave an answer to it. I'm going to see if I can summarize Mr. Dean's argument. We've hauled in a witness by compulsory process. We are offering this witness, we have given this witness immunity, and we've subpoenaed them into this murder trial. And now, because he feels some kind of way about being embarrassed, that we're going to change the rules for this witness, which is all what they've done. So I don't understand how you can create the problem, cement the problem, alleviate the problem with this particular witness, and then think that, I'm the one who's objecting to it, and I'm the bad guy, because I think this guy should play by the same rules that every other person they've done the exact same thing to has had to play by the entire trial. I don't see there's anything unique about the nature of this particular proceeding. I don't see there's anything about this particular witness that makes it relevant or necessary to turn the cameras off. And I don't say that because I want them on. I don't. I say that because I don't see a reason to carve out an exception for Mr. Weston. He's not that special. And that's the reason why I'm objecting to it.
Rules are here to guide us, and 15-110 is here to guide us with regards to videotaping and televising and recording. I do think there is a balancing test. There are several conditions that are listed, things that the court should consider and hear from all parties. All situations are a little bit different. And in taking this case in particular, and the state's objection, I'm going to grant, I'm not going to require Mr. Weston to testify with the cameras on. I think that Mr. Dean gave an argument for, one, the nature and particular proceeding at issue that helps satisfy the court. He also stated condition 2, but condition 6 I find is very persuasive. The impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of the judicial proceeding. Given what the particular scenario is with this witness and some of the factors that play in, I am going to require that cameras not roll and that it not be recorded. Of course, the fact finders who are here will still be able to hear all of the evidence. They will be able to see him, and anyone who's in the courtroom will be able to hear from him. This is still an open courtroom, although in my discretion, I am not going to allow this witness testimony to be broadcast. Okay. And so with that, is there anything else that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And you need Mr. Hilliard, you wanted a copy of the order?
I have it right here, Judge. I did want it to be certified, though, just so I could use it on Mr. Weston when the time comes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Bryant.
Yes, Grace.
Your Honor, is Mr. Weston the next witness so that we can be made aware of when he's going to testify?
What I anticipate is Detective Lemmons. Detective Lemmons is going to be called next, and then after Detective, then Mr. Weston is going to be called. And I would ask that you cut the camera footage and recording at that time.
And just to clarify, that would be audio as well as video?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we describe his testimony as reporters in
Yeah.
talking about what's happened in the day or no?
This is an open courtroom. We're just not recording and broadcasting that portion.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, I don't mean to, so we're allowed to quote him if we take direct quotes, that's fine?
Yes? All right. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors answer.
Thank you. All right, please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. I think I said 15, but I think it grew into an hour. So I appreciate your patience. Honestly, we are not dancing and having a party while you guys are in the back. The work continues. I'm going to turn now to the state. You may call your next witness.
Marian Lemmons.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
One more time for good measure.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you testified, feels like a long time ago now, about the defendant's October 5th interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, right?
Yes.
And over the course of that day, she disclosed 2 trips away from the residence on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th.
Yes.
And on that day, what was the story as to the first trip, the earlier of the 2?
She described going to the Flacco's Tacos to meet up with a gentleman she knew as Red
To do what?
to pay back a drug front.
Over time, I guess by October 12th, in the interview with Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon that we watched more recently in time, did that story change?
Yes, it did.
How did it change?
It moved from meeting Red for a drug front at the Flacco's Tacos into meeting Red/Craig on Arkwright to buy cocaine and Percocets.
What do you mean by Red/Craig?
She told the interviewers that Red is Craig in that interview.
Okay, same person.
Yes.
Okay. As early as October 5th, you had thumbed through her phone, right?
Yes.
And on that day, did you at some point, did you see messages in her phone between her and a contact saved as Craig?
Correct.
When do you remember first seeing those messages?
I believe I mentioned them on October 5th to her.
Okay. And did you ask her a question about Craig that day?
I did.
What was the question that you asked her?
I think I asked her specifically who is Craig.
Did you ask her whether there was anything going, what did she say to that, if you remember?
I believe she referred to him as an older white male that was not Red.
And it was on the 12th that she said, actually, Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes.
And it's an African-American gentleman, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the 5th, you had seen messages between her and a contact saved as Craig, right? Day
Yes.
1. And did you ask her whether there was anything sexual going on between the 2 of them?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about that?
I believe in that specific interview, I don't fully remember what she said.
Okay. At some point in the investigation, did she deny that, though?
Yes, she did.
Okay. You later received a copy of her cell phone extraction, correct?
Yes.
And did you select and export from that cell phone extraction all of her communications with the contact saved as Craig?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you State's Exhibit 91?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is an extraction report of all communications and anything that has to do with the user she has saved as Craig.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 91.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
Now, does this exhibit show when she first saved Craig as a contact?
Yes, it does.
And what was that date?
On September 16th in 2022.
Okay, so that would have been how long before Quinton's disappearance? Like a little less than 3 weeks, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. In moving forward from that, is there a series of text message exchanges between the 2 of them leading up to October 4th?
Yes, text messages and phone calls.
Okay. And does this document include all of them?
Yes, it does.
Before we get into, reading individual ones and describing when they were sent and received and so forth, let me just ask you, can you kind of summarize what these communications show as far as what was going on with the 2 of them, between the 2 of them during, say, late September, early October?
So pretty much from when Leilani saved Craig into her phone, it appears that they began a sexual relationship and were scheduling meetups to meet and have sexual intercourse.
And where was it that they appeared to be meeting?
At his place of residence.
And where is that?
Off of Arkwright.
Okay. On Arkwright Road?
Yes.
Off of Highway 204?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier that you identified Craig as Craig Weston of Arkwright Road.
Yes.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to a few of these and have you talk us through them, okay?
Okay.
Can you go to line 7?
Yes.
So this thing is like, we've had some of these bubble style exports. This is a table style, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. It's just a different way of pushing text messages out of the Cellbrite extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Line 7. Can you walk us through this message, including like the date and time and who sent it to whom and what it says?
Okay. So again, these are only from Craig and Leilani. So this one's from Craig saying WRY, which is commonly known as Where Are You, on September 25th at 2:24 a.m.
All right, so middle of the night.
Yeah.
All right. Line 8, can you just kind of walk through these
Sure.
from that one through line 16?
Okay. So the previous message was at 2:24 a.m. The next one is from Leilani at 2:25 that says, I'm home on Buckhalter. At 2:25 from Craig, hello. 2:26 a.m. from Leilani, I can come back out there. At 2:38 a.m. from Leilani, on the way. And then at 2:46 a.m., Leilani sends a video message. This is a thumbnail of the video that she sent, and it appears to be of a trailer from inside of a vehicle.
Now, you've been to Arkwright Road?
I have.
And you've seen the structures out there?
Yes.
Does this appear to show that she was present there at that time?
I believe it's the back part of Arkwright.
Okay. And that was at 2:46?
Correct.
So it looks like she's there at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to line 13.
So at 2:48 a.m., Craig says, okay, 1 minute. And then it skips to 5:55 p.m., so several hours later.
That would be like 13 hours later or something like
Yes.
that? Okay.
Craig asked, you okay today? You man here.
And how does she respond to that?
At 6:54 p.m., she says, yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing. And then in response, at 6:58 p.m., Craig says, okay, well, was thinking about you.
All right, so is that set of messages that we described, does that appear to be the first visit by the defendant to Craig that we see reflected in this set of messages at least?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go forward to line 62 on page 5.
Okay.
And if you could just do the same thing for 62 through 76. Go nice and slow with the times and everything.
Okay. So this is on September 26th at 11:59 p.m. from Leilani. On the way now, be there in about 12 to 14 minutes. At 12:04 a.m., Craig initiates a phone call and they speak for 53 seconds. At 12:05 a.m., Craig says, okay. At 12:06 a.m., Craig says, okay, I'm in back to my camper. Stay close to your left. My dog gonna try eat your car, but he won't.
And the next one?
At 12:16 a.m., Craig says hello. At 12:16 a.m., Leilani says, okay, I'm passing Quaco now. At 12:17 a.m., Leilani initiates a phone call for 19 seconds with Craig. And then at 12:21 a.m., Craig says, door open. Then skipping to 1:22 a.m., the previous was at 12:21, Leilani says, I'm home, I loved those hugs.
I'm home, I love those hugs.
Yep.
All right, so based on when she said she was passing Quaco Road on the way there, and when she says, "I'm home, I love those hugs," roughly how long does it appear that she spent at Craig's place that night?
Roughly 45 minutes.
Okay. Moving on to line 41, when is this message sent in relation to the last one we just read?
Yep, so the last one was at 1:22, where she's saying, "I'm home, I loved those hugs." The following message is from Craig at 1:26 a.m., and it says, "Okay, not more than I did. I was about to grab that kitty one time."
And what does she say to that?
In response, at 1:26, she said, "LMFAO, you most definitely could have!" Exclamation point. And then at
Do you think people generally know what LMFAO means?
It's laugh my fucking ass off, in case you didn't.
No. 73, what's that? What does that one say?
73 is at 1:29 a.m. from Craig. "Shit, I sure wanted to, like I see how it looked, FR."
Try that one again, sorry. Read it slowly.
Yeah.
And before you do that, what date are we on?
9:27.
Early morning hours of September 27th. Okay, go ahead with 73.
Yep. 73 at 1:29 a.m. "Shit, I sure wanted to, like to see how it looked, FR."
What does FR mean?
For real.
Okay. How does the defendant respond to that in line 74?
So 74 at 1:36 a.m. is a response from Leilani sending a video message to Craig of herself masturbating.
75?
75 is at 1:38, so after the video message, Craig says, "Damn, you just made me hard as fuck, thank you."
And 76?
76 is at 1:39 a.m. from Leilani, "Well, shit, I'm glad I did."
Moving on to 117. And this will be the last set that I'll ask you to read, okay? If you could take us through 117 through 131. Stop at 131, okay?
Okay. So it's on October 1st at 12:24 a.m. is the first message from Leilani. "Dealing with Danny flipping his shit. As soon as I can leave here, I'll let you know." Craig responds at 12:34 a.m. K. And then at 1:14 a.m. from Craig, "If you can't come out, it's okay." At 1:15 a.m. from Leilani, "I'm about to head that way, just probably can only stay for a couple hours though, is that okay?" Then at 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, heading to the car now. At 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, "Be there in about 20. At 1:25 a.m., Craig says, "Well, you want to park at rideshare."
What is rideshare?
It's pretty much just like an empty parking lot about a quarter mile from Arkwright. It's commonly known in that area as the rideshare.
Okay, go ahead.
At 1:26 a.m., Leilani says, "Yeah, I will." At 1:56 a.m., Leilani says, "Just pulled into the rideshare." At 2 a.m., they have a 2-second conversation over the phone. At 2 a.m., Craig says 2 min, which is 2 minutes. And then at 2:01, Leilani says, "Okay."
All right, so per those messages, it looks like by shortly after 2 a.m. they would have been together then?
Yes.
Okay. And the next message, 129?
So that one is at 3:23 a.m. The previous was at 2:01. Craig's,
Almost like an hour and a half has passed or so.
yes,
Okay.
more than an hour. "That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. FRI, no, I made you come for a long time."
That was from Craig to the defendant.
Yes.
All right, the next message?
That one's at 3:56 a.m. from Leilani. I would be down to do that again anytime.
131.
At 3:56 a.m., Leilani says, and yes, you did for a good-ass min. And then the following message is at 11:59 p.m.
So how much time has passed at this point?
Well over 12 hours.
Okay, so this is like the next night.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the date now?
It is 10:01. So at 11:59, Craig says, you okay? On 10:02 at 9:02 a.m., Leilani says, yes, I'm okay. She then responds, about to drive over there actually. At 9:46 a.m., Craig responds, damn, you was tired, or I got rid of a lot of your stress. At 9:46, Craig says, LOL. At 9:47, Leilani says, a lot of stress was released. I need that sleep. At 9:54 a.m., Craig says, that's good. Shit, I was ready for round 2 last night, but it's okay. You needed that rest. You look well rested.
And then 140.
And then 140 is at 9:57 a.m. from Leilani. I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes.
All right. So these seem to show that over the week leading up to Quinton's disappearance that the defendant was getting male attention from Craig like 3-4 times, something like that.
It would appear so, yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Hilliard?
I do have a few by State's Exhibit 91, Judge. Detective Lemmons, let's talk about the text messages you didn't mention.
Okay.
Okay. I'll start on page 1. So the contact for Craig was added on September 16th, correct?
Yes.
That's the first time that this appears anywhere in here to the best of your knowledge or in mine, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you see anything to this number prior to that?
No.
Okay. So, on the first page, instant message 6, if you would, did Mr. Dean ask you to read that one?
No, he didn't.
Okay. What does that one say? And who's it from and who's it to?
On 9:25 at 2:23 a.m., Leilani says, I needed a 50, but no one was there.
What is a 50 commonly referred to as? Is that a drug slang?
I believe it's just a number.
I needed a 50, but no one was there?
I don't know what she was intending there. I mean, I can assume it's drug lingo, but what exactly it is, I don't know.
Okay, well, you seem to know what WRY meant, correct?
Yes,
And you're currently stationed at C&T, correct?
I am.
Okay, so using your experience and your knowledge as an agent over at the Counter Narcotics team, when someone says they need a 50, what are they commonly referring to?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard his line of questioning. Overruled.
Yep. So my understanding is almost everyone has their own drug knowledge. Usually when I don't know something, I'll ask one of the other agents there. So right now I don't know what she's referring to.
All right. So let's move on then. Look at let me go back and just start from the beginning with this. On
page 3, line 26, who is that from and who is that to? And what does it say?
It is from Craig to Leilani, and it says, I'm going to be your first black guy, not that it matters.
And that was on September 26th.
Yes.
And at that point in time, that seems to imply at least that they had not done anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and let's look at number 42, September 26th. Who's that from and who's that to and what time is that?
You said 42?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That one's from Leilani. Y'all got perks or anything like that?
What do you think was meant by perks?
Percocet.
And number 43, what was the reply?
From Craig, no, I'll check around.
Okay. And number 52 at the bottom right there, who's that from and who's that to?
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that asking for?
You got a half of tree.
And what is that referring to?
Believe that's marijuana.
Okay. And the instant message that y'all are referring to was, I believe Mr. Dean asked you about where it looks like, I guess they met at the ride share. What day was that again? I think it was October 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And does that seem to be when there was some sort of activity between the two of them?
Yes.
And on I think it's the last page, but I'm not mistaken. All right, here we go. It's like number 143 at the top of the last page. Who is that from and who is that to?
That is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that saying on October 2nd?
About to head over there and grab his ass a 40 so he'll shut up.
And that's to Craig, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on October 3rd at 3:30, who is that from and who is that to?
Which line?
Number 147.
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what does that one say?
Just sent 30 Danny coming in for it.
That's all the questions I have with regard to this exhibit, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hilliard. Any redirect?
So, she's not just sleeping with him, he's also involved in supplying her drugs?
Correct.
Isn't that exactly what we've been saying?
Yes.
We've talked about the number of meetups that you can clearly see in these text messages and how long they seem to have lasted, right?
Yes.
On the night of October 4th, the night that we're concerned with your, was there any text message set up?
No.
Was there any text message communications with them at all?
No.
Between them at all, I should say?
No.
And how long did the GPS data establish that she was there for that night?
10 minutes.
And how does that relate in length to the previous visits that we've talked about?
I think the shortest one is 45 for their meetups.
So much, much shorter.
Yes.
No further questions?
No further questions.
Thank you. Dr. Lemmons, you may take your seat once again. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Craig Weston.
Okay, and at this point, this is where video stops. 1:40 to allow for enough time there and back. Okay.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you, Williams. Okay, and with that, we'll be in recess until,
Your Honor,
yes, ma'am.
very quickly, the state has one issue. May the court dismiss the material witness warrant that was signed for the witness yesterday?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Craig
Parker.
Weston, to be
Very,
specific.
very important.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
There's just one thing. I have to go file objections to a PSR real quick on the lunch break. If I'm a few minutes late, just to tell you ahead of time, that will be why. But
Oh, I understand. Somehow life goes on, doesn't it? We
it
still have
does,
requirements.
and the federal court does not care what I'm doing over here, so.
So, the time now is 12:38. We'll plan to start back up at 1:40. Okay? We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, very good. Right, please have a seat. Welcome back from lunch. So, was everyone able to comply with my instructions not to discuss the case, not to research the case? Yes, Your Honor. All right, excellent. So let's begin. Mr. Dean?
Kimberly Johnson.
Please clearly raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Step this way, ma'am. Have a seat, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Dean?
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Kimberly Johnson. I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a forensic accountant.
Is that different from a special agent?
Yes, no gun, no badge.
What does a forensic accountant do? What do you do day to day?
I'm tasked with using financial information as it relates to criminal investigation.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Mostly bank records, titles, tax records, whatever may come in, invoices from a company, just trying to put the picture together from the money side of an investigation.
So is it fair to say that day to day you're in an office analyzing like Excel spreadsheets and things like this?
Yes, in an office behind a computer.
How long have you been doing that for the FBI?
Just short of 27 years.
Do you have any collateral duties or I guess like side responsibilities at the FBI?
I do. I'm collateral duty as a member of the evidence response team.
And what is the evidence response team?
We are a team that goes out for searches and crime scenes, and we're responsible for collecting and packaging evidence that's discovered.
How did you as a forensic accountant become a member of the evidence response team?
It was voluntary, and like I said, it's collateral to my regular job. And me personally, I was motivated after 9/11.
Is it a volunteer duty or service on the ERT?
Yes, it's absolutely voluntary.
In your capacity as a member of the evidence response team, were you involved in the landfill search looking for Quinton Simon?
I was.
Can you tell us how you were involved initially?
Yes, initially I was just a searcher called up to help work the lines. Later in the search, I had a few days where I acted as team leader.
And what does the team leader do out there?
Basically responsible for managing the search and the personnel on that day.
And were you the team leader on duty at the Waste Management Superior Landfill on the day that the search team out there found Quinton?
I was.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about the layout of the landfill search. What was the search area? Can you describe that?
It was basically the area that was identified in the landfill where they were digging the trash out for us to search.
Like sort of a hillside
Yeah.
of garbage?
Yes.
And what was the search deck?
The deck was where they actually spread the garbage that they'd taken out of the search area. They spread it along the deck so we could go through and manually search through it for what we were looking for.
So aside from the search area, kind of up on the hill and the search deck where everything was being laid out to be searched, what else was out there? What was the rest of the setup like?
So kind of looking at it from the perspective of walking to the deck, there was a road that we would enter in from, And
Now,
then,
Before you go into,
Sorry.
is that the perimeter road that kind of goes around the landfill?
that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So there was kind of a driveway, is how I would describe it, that we would, after we got our PPE on and such, we would walk up onto the deck. So from the perspective of walking towards the deck, on the right side, they had tents and chairs set up for us to be able to take breaks without actually leaving the search deck and having to take all of our equipment off. To the left, there was an area where the deck boss and the logistics people and the safety officers kind of observed us as we were searching. So that's kind of how it's split.
What about the forensic anthropologist? Was there a forensic anthropologist out there?
There was, and she was, so turning around and walking towards the road, she was kind of, as you exited the driveway, she was on the other side of the road set up in a tent. Then to the right of her, there was a tent with all of the protective equipment. That's where we would grab our stuff. To the right of that, there was a tent where we could sit and put our suits on and everything. There was drinks in there. That's where they would set out the lunches for us to grab. And then to the left of the tent, there was another supply trailer. So that was like extra supplies. So the logistics guys would bring them from there to the tent if we were running low on gloves or whatever.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the different personnel that was or were out there, in their different roles. You've talked about the team leader role a little bit. As a team leader, what sort of gear did you have on a day-to-day basis?
Pretty much the same as searchers. We were dressed out in regular PPE. In addition, we had buckets or those silver like catering trays that we would collect items that people found while they were searching that would then go to the forensic anthropologist to scan through.
So you had a bucket or a tray?
Yeah, like the Home Depot, like the 5-gallon bucket, or like I said, those silver catering trays.
And what would you do with the bucket or tray? Just kind of walk me through how that would work.
Okay. We didn't want to leave the deck because we were suited up. So there'd be a runner that would come up and meet us kind of at that driveway area and take whatever we had collected from the line and then take it across the road to the tent where the forensic anthropologist was so she could do her screening.
What was the process of collecting material from the line? Just what did that look like? You have this bucket in your hand. What happens?
Yeah, so everybody did it a little bit different, each individual. Most people, when they got dressed, we called it a bone bag on there. They taped it to their suit and used tongs to pull out things that they thought were of interest, and it would go to the bone bag. It saved you from having to call somebody over every time you found something. So at the end of the line, when we were done, it was considered complete. Then we'd go along that line and basically dump everything into the buckets or the trays and then send them across the road.
All right, so it's the individual searchers that have the bone bag, and then at the end of that line, all that gets dumped in the bucket and run to the anthropologist across the road, if I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about the searchers. Who were these people, and what were they wearing and using in terms of equipment?
Okay. We had representatives from federal, state, and local departments. I think over the 5-week span, there was over 75 different people that came out to help us search. The PPE, it started with a pair of steel-toe boots. They were required, and then a white Tyvek suit, which is the white suits that look like paper. They're not paper. They're more like a nylon plastic, not very breathable, so pretty hot. And then we had booties over that we were duct taped around our ankles, and then a yellow like plastic bootie over that, like a taller boot on top of that. Then we had safety vest on. We were gloved up. Most people put cotton gloves on, and then what we call a nitrile glove, which is like a a surgical glove, and then that was duct taped to the Tyvek suit, and then we put work gloves on top of that. And then we had boonie caps. Most people, because it has a wide brim to kind of keep the sun off of us. We were required to wear safety goggles and what we call a half face respirator. So if you can imagine, like an oxygen mask is how it fits over your mouth and nose. And then it has like detachable, not reusable, throwaway filters on them. They also were hot, but it helped us keep the smell down. So we didn't like wearing them, but it was helpful. Like I said, bone bags taped on our hips.
I think you mentioned tongs earlier. Was there any other sort of implement that y'all would use for the actual searching the lines themselves?
Yes, we used, I think they call them fireman's rakes, but they're big 6-foot-ish long, heavy kind of rakes. And they've got 3 or 4 prongs, like wide prongs on the end, to kind of rake through the trash and pick out stuff as you're going through it. So
now, we're going to see some pictures, but I just want to ask you, what does trash look like as you're going through it on the search deck? We all throw away bags of trash and they get carried away from our house and then they're gone. But what does it look like by the time that you're out there on the search deck going through it?
it doesn't look like a pile of bags. By the time it got to the point where we saw it, it had been shredded and mashed and mixed with dirt. So it's kind of just a gray, muddy looking field. You do occasionally find an intact bag or an intact piece of furniture or a roll of carpet, but most of the things that we found were broken in pieces. And if we would find like an intact bag, you'd get together with, another person or 2 other people to kind of rip those bags open to make sure that there wasn't anything that was of interest in there, or unroll the carpet rolls or.
Now, were there heavy equipment operators out there helping you all conduct the search?
There were.
Can you tell me what kind of gear they were using and what they were doing with it?
So there was an excavator on the hill at the search area that would scoop the trash out and put it in a dump truck. And then once the dump truck was full, they would drive it up down to the deck and then kind of bounce along and kind of dump the trash out in kind of a line. And then there was a smaller excavator that came along and kind of spread it so it wasn't quite so deep, spread it thin, so it was a little bit easier to get through because it's pretty heavy.
And once the excavator had come and sort of spread it out on the deck, what do you call that?
I called it a line. I don't know if people may have called it different things, but I just referred to it as a line.
Okay. Other personnel, you mentioned the forensic anthropologist at this point. I think this person has come up. Who was this person? Not necessarily the name, but where they came from and how they got there.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not good with names. She was, my understanding, contracted from Georgia Southern University, and she would come out to provide that expertise, and she would normally bring 1 or 2 of her students with her to help her with the task.
And what was the purpose she was serving out there? What was her function?
She was the subject matter expert on the bones and things that we may find. In our roles, I'm no expert at the difference between what this bone looks like and what this bone looks like. So we picked up the bones and then she let us know, if they were of any importance or not. So.
Okay. So it's like a screening role.
A screening role for sure.
Might be of human origin. This definitely isn't, that kind of thing.
Correct.
Now, just to be clear, this is a different person in a different role from the forensic anthropologist at the lab at Quinton.
Oh, yes.
From in this trial.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you need this forensic anthropologist out there conducting this screening role? Do you find a lot of bones in the landfill?
You do.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we probably, to say hundreds of bones a day would probably not be exaggerating. If you can imagine every chicken wing place, barbecue restaurant, just, animals that were disposed of, there's a lot of bones.
And can you describe kind of how the screening process would work from emptying the contents of the bone bags into the bucket onward?
Yeah, like I said, the runner would come and get them off the deck from us, take them to the forensic anthropologist. I wasn't really involved in her actual process, but she would go through everything that we had picked up and determine if there was anything of a human nature, and if not, then it's my understanding that they were then thrown away.
Now, I'd like to ask you just about kind of the workflow of the day, starting with everybody getting together to go to the landfill on a given morning.
Okay.
Can you tell us about that? What did a day look like?
Sure. We usually started the day pretty early. Like I said, when we first got started, it was pretty hot during the day, so the earlier we could get started, the better. We would rally at Scottsdale Park, and that was where the command post was set up, and there was a building where we could sit around and get ready for the day. About 7:30, we'd try to start a briefing. Usually it started with the search team leader that would just brief up from anything that had occurred the day before. If we had anybody there that was new, kind of explain what we were there for, what we were looking for. After that, usually a member of the case investigative team would brief us up on any investigative updates. And then we would hear from the logistics guys and anything we needed to know about the deck, the heavy equipment operators, anything that was going on with the search area or deck. And then the safety officers would just again remind us to keep our safety glasses on. Those were really hot, so a lot of times you just want to tip them up a little bit to breathe. And then to make sure everybody's staying hydrated, not falling out on the line or anything. After the brief was done, we'd load up in a couple of transport vehicles that would take us to the actual up the road and to the search area where we would dress out. We would get all our PPE on and usually try to be like on the line between 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning. We would search lines until about lunchtime and then take our lunch break. At the point we took our lunch break, like I said, there was that area where we could like grab something to drink without getting out of our PPE. But for lunch break, we had to be cut out. So if you can imagine somebody with a razor cutter coming down your back, kind of cutting you out of these things so you can throw it away. Do the lunch and then repeat after lunch, putting all the PPE back on, headed back to the line until we quit for the day. Sometime between 4 and 5 usually is what we aimed for. It all depended on where we were in amount of lines, what the daylight was doing, that sort of thing. If there was anything special happening, we would again get cut out. We'd have a brief if there was anything that we needed to relay for that from the day at that point, and transport back to the park, and everybody would break for the day.
How many days a week was the landfill search conducted?
The first week it was only 4 days because they didn't start till Tuesday. The next 2 weeks I think was 5. The week after that was only 3 because there was a tropical storm coming in, so I shut it down I think Wednesday of that week. And then the final 2 weeks I think are, if I'm getting my dates messed up, but the rest of them were 5-day weeks. So it was a 5-day week except for the beginning and the tropical storm week.
Now, in terms of the searchers out on the deck walking the lines, was that an all volunteer duty?
Absolutely.
How long did it take to get into this PPE in the morning initially and then after lunch?
Probably 30 minutes by the time you're taped up and you help tape your buddies up, and so it is probably a 30-minute process.
At some point, did a photographer with the FBI come out there and take a series of photographs to kind of memorialize the search and what it looked like?
Yes,
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 76?
I do.
Can you flip through this and let me know when you're ready to talk about it?
Okay.
Are these, is this a selection of photographs of the landfill search operation?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the operation as it appeared to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move these in as State's Exhibit 76.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, this first photo here, can you describe where the photographer is standing as this picture is taken?
Yeah, kind of at the base, I talked about the driveway that we walked up to get to the deck. So she's like kind of to the right of that driveway. So the deck would be the upper left. The search area would be, I'm sorry, upper right. The search area is on the left there with that excavator. And then the road, these guys here are kind of standing on the inside of the road.
So this is like that perimeter road that runs along the outside of the landfill?
Yes.
Okay. This next photograph, you described earlier, there's an excavator up in the search area that would scoop out trash and load it into a dump truck to be taken down to the search deck. Is that what we're seeing here, this excavator and this dump truck?
Yes.
And this guy working this excavator and this other fellow standing out here, were they law enforcement or did they work for the landfill?
They were employees of the landfill. I believe one of the heavy equipment operators was from Chatham County Parks and Rec. And I think he just volunteered because he was knowledgeable in heavy equipment operations. So.
This next photograph, what are we looking at here?
Those are the boots. So you basically have the booties and the tie, that's the white Tyvek I was talking about, and then these yellow covers went over that, and that's what we were all duct taping with.
Okay, so you got
There'd be
steel boots under this this gray booty here.
Correct.
Over the gray booty, you get the yellow rubber or plastic.
Yes, and the bone bags we used, those were actually the bags that the booties came in. So we kind of multi-purpose that. So about the size of a loaf of bread, if you can imagine that size of bag. So.
The next photograph, is this on that perimeter road?
Yes.
And then we can see the search area on the far right there.
Correct.
All right, and that, with that driveway thing
Probably
just
be
off frame to
to
the
the
right?
right, yeah.
Okay. What is happening in this picture?
It looks like we're suiting up to go back in probably after lunch, given as bright as it is.
About how many searchers on any given day?
It varied a lot more in the beginning, like could be close to 40 in the beginning, and then, you know, as people had to split off and go do other things. Never less than 20 though, probably 20, 25, 30 on average.
The next picture, what are we seeing here? What's happening in this picture?
This is us coming onto the deck. and just kind of getting perused by the safety officers to make sure that we had everything on that we were supposed to have.
The next picture?
Yeah, those are the fireman's rakes I was talking about, and they had a tarp that we could lay them on when we took breaks, and at lunch we could leave them on the deck without having to carry them out of the deck.
This next picture?
Yeah, that's the line, that's the process. We just lined up in a straight line, or tried to, and then everybody just kind of took their 2 or 3 foot section and just kind of worked their way to the other side of the line.
Now, zooming in on this, is this what we're looking at here, this garbage on the ground? Is this more or less representative of what this stuff looked like as y'all were going through it?
Yes.
What did it smell like out there?
It smelled bad. Like I said, the respirators helped, but you'd go home and it would still be in your nose. Some people would put vapor rub underneath their nostrils to kind of help with it. So you cut yourself breathing out of your mouth as much as possible. So it's nasty.
What are we seeing in this picture here?
That's one of the buckets. Like I said, some people use the bone bags. Some people, we'd have buckets along the way that they could throw something into. And again, the process, it kind of varied by day. And like in this case, I don't know why, but we would start in a line and we would end up in a circle almost every single time. I'm not really sure how it happened, tried to stay in straight and always ended up in a circle, but I guess it worked, so.
This searcher right here, who appears to be, I don't know, tossing something into the bucket, perhaps. Do you recognize this person?
I'm just saying, but from the blonde ponytail, I would think it might be Officer Zurkee, but I'm not sure since we all kind of look the same in our get-ups there, so.
Fair enough. Do you remember Officer Zurkee being out there?
I do.
What do you remember about her involvement?
She had a knack for finding bones. She almost always had the fullest bone bag at the end of a line. She just had the eye to catch everything, I felt like. So she was really good at what she did, so.
What about her level of commitment to this operation?
Well, she was one of them that was there every day. So that says something. She was never sick or had to call off or anything.
Was that typical? I mean, were there people that were involved in this for a period of time and then, tapped out after some days and unvolunteered, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know if it was so much unvolunteered, but, this comes up in the middle of people's lives unexpectedly. So you might have a work commitment, you might have a personal commitment. But her and a few others from Chatham County PD were there every single day.
Now, this next photograph with this series of trays here, who are we looking at here?
Yeah, I believe that's the forensic anthropologist. Again, with the mask, it's kind of hard to tell, but and that's the catering tray I was talking about. So she would go through those. I separate things out, take a look, analyze it, screen it. That was what she was there for.
And just to be clear, this is not an image of Quinton's remains. This is just like
No,
a
that
given
looks
day.
like, yeah, just a regular, I say regular, but just the results of a line search.
Okay. And she's about to go through those and
Looks like it, yes.
determine that none of them are Quinton.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about November 18, 2022, the day that Quinton was found. You said earlier you were the team leader out there that day.
I was.
What do you remember about how that unfolded?
Started off like a regular search day. It was much cooler than it had been, which everybody was, it was a relief not to be so hot. It was also the last day we were going to search before shutting down for that Thanksgiving holiday. It had been determined that we weren't going to work that week. We were going to suspend the search until after Thanksgiving. So it was kind of the last day and then everybody was going to get a break.
And when did that day go from being the normal kind of tedious day like you'd been having to something different?
About midday, it was before lunch. Someone signaled from the line that if you found something that seemed unusual, you always kind of like raised your hand and gave a heads up. And this occurred that morning, late morning, indicated that they had found something that didn't look like everything else we've been seeing. It appeared to be a piece of a skull.
After that was found, what do you remember about how things played out next?
That was taken to the forensic anthropologist right away. We finished that line that we were working on, took everything that we had collected to the forensic anthropologist, cut out, and went ahead and went to lunch. And I don't remember if it was during lunch or right after we went back after lunch to start the next line. But the forensic anthropologist confirmed that she thought we did have human remains. So we continued the search of the line, and then at some point they determined that we needed to respread the line we did before lunch and search it again.
All told, how many different lines do you remember Quinton being found over?
I think just a couple, because we did, I want to say 2 after that we didn't find anything else in.
And is that how y'all decided kind of you were at a stopping point?
Yeah, I think it was that the forensic anthropologist, I think, determined that there was enough that had been collected to do, identification purposes. It was getting late. We were running out of daylight. So I think the people that decided those things decided that we were at a place where we could stop.
About how long do you remember it being from, the moment that very recognizable piece of skull is found to when y'all finished up and were done for that day?
It was late. It was getting dark because it was after the time change. I don't think we got back to the parking lot till after 5. I drove home in the dark, so we were out there quite a while because there was a lot of things to do on top of what we had found. We were breaking down for the week, closing things up and stuff. So
at some point during that sort of ongoing process of finding Quinton that day, did the case agents show up to take custody of Quinton and package his remains?
Yes, I think all of the investigative agents were there by mid-afternoon at the latest.
And was this your last day at the landfill, or did you have to come back at any point for anything
It
else?
was the last search day, as it turned out. We didn't know that at the time. The scene was not closed because we didn't know for sure what had been found. But after that was confirmed, preliminary confirmation that it was likely Quinton's remains, then we went back the Monday after Thanksgiving, which I think was the 28th of November, and we broke the scene down at that point.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Judge.
All right, may she be excused?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And so the state may call its next witness.
Sophia Zurkee.
Please the clerk to raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
This way, ma'am. See the watch there.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Sophia Zurkee.
That is the last name that I'm going to have to ask you to spell.
Zurkee.
And I take,
Mic on?
thank you. I take it you're a Chatham County police officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police?
I have been with the Chatham County Police Department since September of 2021.
Did you work at any other police departments prior to joining the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
The Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office in Kansas.
Okay. How'd you end up coming here from Kansas?
I moved here. Being in law enforcement, it's a very stressful job, so Georgia offers a lot to do outside of work, the ocean, the beach, so it's very beautiful here.
Now, you're here today because you're the first person to find a piece of Quinton, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to show you slide 8 from State's Exhibit 3, which has already been admitted into evidence. This has been introduced and admitted into evidence as a still frame from Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera from the initial response to 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th. Is that you there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was this your beat that you were patrolling that day or no?
It was not. I was in beat 8 that day. This is considered beat 7.
And how did you end up there?
When there's a missing child, time is of the essence, so it's all hands on deck at that point. So I went over to assist with the search.
And on this day, were you involved in canvassing the neighborhood or the woods or something like that, looking for Quinton?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you started looking for Quinton initially on October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Day one. Later, did you become involved in the search of the landfill?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved in that?
I asked to be a volunteer to help.
Had you heard, I presume you had heard that this was a thing that was about to start happening?
Correct.
How did you hear about it?
Our department.
And were they soliciting, like, department-wide for volunteers or what?
I can't recall on that. I just know they asked us to be some extra hands to help.
And you volunteered, you say?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Being one of the first on scene, I wanted to see it through and to help in any way that I could.
And going forward from that, were you involved as a searcher at the landfill?
Yes, sir.
What day did you start on? Not necessarily the date, but like, was it the first day of the landfill search?
Yes, I was there for the first day.
And were you involved throughout?
Yes.
Was there any day that that search operation was going on that you weren't there?
No, sir.
Could you have gotten out of it at some point if you had wanted to?
Yes.
What was that like doing that for, I don't know, 5 weeks or whatever it was?
It was a lot. It was mentally, emotionally, and physically draining every single day.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to November 18, 2022, the day that Nick Quinton was found out there. What do you remember about the morning?
From what I can recall, it was like every other morning it started out, we have a briefing, kind of talk about how the day's gonna go. We get ready when we start searching. Would you like me to kind of go through, our attire, be more specific in that aspect, or?
No, we've had that with a previous witness, so I guess let me ask you this. In the morning, was it a normal day?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about the point where it became not a normal day?
I was just raking through the garbage, and then I had observed a white small object could fit in the palm of my hand. It looked like bone to me, so I remember seeing my Lieutenant Foster, because they were all on the side, and contacting him, and they came over and removed it.
I'd like to approach with what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 77.
And 77 has been admitted, is that correct?
It has, Judge.
Okay.
That was the one.
Can you look through here and tell me if you recognize the object that you're describing?
Yes, I do.
Is that it on the first page there?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull this out and display it to the jury, please?
Yes. This is the object that I was talking about.
What do you remember happening from there?
I just remember notifying my lieutenant and then them coming over and collecting it.
And then after that?
We continued to search.
And did you yourself find any more items of note?
I don't recall, because really any items that we found that we thought were potentially bones, we would put in the buckets for them to collect and to get tested. So whether or not specifically I found any other items that were tested,
It's a difficult thing for you to
Right.
answer, right? Let me ask you this. After having been out there for weeks, going through line after line, tell me what it felt like to see that little piece of Quinton's skull and pick it up and realize what it was.
it was heartbreaking.
Was it rewarding also? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Think
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Maybe if I'm gonna close the door. Okay. And so at this point, Mr. Dean, does the state have another witness to call today?
One moment, please, Your Honor. Not today, Your Honor.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have an early day. Never quite know what we're gonna have, but today is an early day. We're gonna stop here. I'm going to excuse you for the evening with the instructions that you probably know by heart now. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't look at any news. Don't observe any news. Don't consume any news. All right? and I wish you all a good night.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. Everyone, please have a seat. Before we go, I do have the material witness arrest warrant. I'm going to dismiss both, or just one?
Just the one for Craig Weston, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Bryant, I'm gonna hand that back down to you. I will dismiss this one, and I am going to do it the rough way. Okay, so I've dismissed the material witness arrest order for Craig Weston. The other one remains. Okay. So, is there anything that we need to turn our attention to first, turning to the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Not that I'm aware of it now.
All right, very good. We will resume court tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And with that, we're in recess until then.